Hello, Fright Lights. Welcome back to Sashiko Potions. I am Robin Sashiko, the cotton candy witch who's here to make your night just a little bit more frightening. Hello. Hi. Dear God, they're gup. They're gup. I know. Crazy, right? Hi, welcome in. Welcome to Sashiko Potions. We're now open. How are you guys doing today? Happy Tuesday. I hope we're all having an excellent time and day today. I haven't really done much as we usually do. Although I did watch another YouTuber react to the Air Riders Direct like an idiot. Evil and dastardly today. Why? Why is this the way you feel today? Oh man, all my overlay is messed up. I hate it when I just tried to copy and paste the group that I have with all of my overlays in it to the starting soon screen. And of course, it messes they're linked together between all the scenes, which is really stupid, by the way. Because you can, what is it? You can paste a reference or you can paste a duplicate. I don't know what the difference is, but now everything's like all messed up, and it's annoying me. That was like all my stuff. Can I like undo it all? Well, I just pressed Control C, Control V. So and I think when you Control V it, it's the reference. I don't want a reference. It's so annoying how that you can't do one or the other. You have to like go into the menu and paste duplicate. Man, whatever. I'll fix it later. I'm gonna need to go over my overlay a bunch when I go on my vacation. Yeah, I hope we're all doing okay. How are you? We're gonna playing some Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart today. Today, just because I felt like it. I just wanted to play a little adventure game. But before I do whatever, I thought we'd just have a little bit of fun today. Onward to gay! Yay! Exciting, I know. But yeah, so tomorrow will be my last stream before I go on vacation. So I thought I'd take these last 3 days and just kind of do whatever. Just did what is it? Just like finalize the last couple days I have with some streams. I do have a YouTube video that should be going up soon. I don't remember if it's out or not already. But yeah, I'm going to Seattle for vacation here on whatchamacallit on Friday Thursday. I'm going on Thursday. And Halloween's on Friday, I believe. It's a shame. I've been seeing a lot of people not doing Halloween anymore. Wait, we have to go how long without Moth? I mean, I was gonna say a month of a vacation. I haven't really taken a whole lot of days off for myself, so I was thinking about taking most of November off, and then I'll be back in December, like maybe near the end of November, early and early December. We'll see. But I do have something. I have an event planned for December. I wanted to do a oh, the gut that the meant to survive. I mean, I'll probably hang out in my server or like host some watch togethers while I'm on vacation. At least once I get back from my trip, I'll probably figure something out. It's okay. It's okay. I pet. I'll pet. Finish a Bibio. Send help. What are you doing? What flavor of video? Uh, sorry. Where is it? Where's my image? Imig. Gone. That's where it is. Here. Let me show you what I got planned. As y'all know, I'm an absolute creature for Kirby, and I am very upset that I can't play the new Air Riders. So I thought I'd try and raise the money to get a Nintendo Switch 2 and Kirby Air Riders for Christmas. A little treat for myself because I can't really like afford to do a whole lot these days. But I thought it'd be nice. I think I actually like stream this quite a lot, so I think it would be worth it. Personally speaking, I think I'd get my money's worth out of it and make it like maybe even like my main thing that I stream all the time. Yep. Hi Nix, I'm doing okay. So yeah, I was thinking, let me see here. December. So it'd be like, it would be like 5 days. Hmm. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. It'd be like 3 weeks of Kirby. I'd take the weekends off, but I'd go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take the weekends off, 6 and 7, then back on the week for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 for the Kirby games. I'll probably go through all the mainline ones if I had to guess. It's my heckin' thing. I love my Kirb. I think it'll be fun. It'll be a nice little thing to do. I wonder if there's any charities going on through that as well. Man, I haven't done a charity event in a long time. But if it's like if I could, I would definitely like put a charity on top of the Kirby Marathon thing. Hi, Avian. Hi. Hello. I think I added some new sound effects here too. Oh yeah, do you guys like my screaming frog? You're welcome. Single Jam is happening over December. I don't know if registration is still open though. Yeah, the Jingle Jam thing. I do want to do another charity thing, but I also really want a Nintendo Switch. Would it be? I don't know if it'd be like mean of me to do that. Like, I definitely do want to do another charity stream. It's just maybe not right now. I really want to see if we can fundraise a Switch 2 for myself so I can play the new Curb. I know it may not seem necessary to everyone else, but I really, really want it. And I think I'd get my money's worth out of it by streaming it a lot and making it like my main form of content for a while. Just personally, just a personal thing I think I'd really enjoy. If that makes sense. But we'll see. For the time being, I'm just gonna kind of hang out. I've been doing a little bit more editing in my free time. It kind of depends on like what it is I'm editing or like the video if I think it's worth like editing for, like the Kirby reaction videos and the Voop chat, trying that for the first time. I don't know about video game series unless it's like a really good game like Outer Wilds, which I did. I don't think I would like edit every stream that I do unless I really think it's a good stream. or it would make a good video, that kind of thing. Ah, yeah, it's good to see everybody. I hope we're all having a good day today. I'm nervous for my trip. My madre should be here around like 5:30 to drop off a suitcase for me. So I might take a quick BRB while I go grab that from her whenever that happens. Just a heads up. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. My brain is a little bit small. I got pretty comfy yesterday. I did a little bit of shopping. I got some treats. I was told rice is a good way to like gain weight a little bit. I don't know why. Why is rice like with how small it is? How does it help you like gain weight and stuff? It's so small. But I had rice basically to eat today. Some rice. I got some snacks and treats for myself. I also got some salad. I like the salad kits because they're easy and they're yummy. I might have a salad after stream actually. Right, Dan's good for packing out meals too. That's crazy. I still have a little bit of rice left here. I didn't finish it all because it was like a whole bag by myself. Oh, there's a little chicken rice. Jordan sees all. This unicorn's grin is no kindness. A mask. Every shot, every bounce, every lucky ricochet is his design. Peggle Masters. Oh my god! I never finished Peggle. I think I bought it a couple of months ago and played it a little bit. I'm not very good at it though. Hey buddy, how are you? We should just make a whole stream dedicated to Peggle. I'm sure some people have done that, right? That sounds really like a really silly stream to do. I wonder if we could make a challenge of it. Like, how could you make a Peggle stream even funnier? That'd be a fun idea to look into. No one's streaming Peggle right now. I'm not good. No one's streaming Peggle. Everything is in ruins. Gup! Yeah, I added the new Gup feature to my streams. I know some people have been adding the lizard. Like lizard. No wait, there's someone. Oh, you should go support them. You should go watch them play Peggle. Or hang out here with me. I don't really care. All is Gup now. Gup! That's my stem. I know others people have lizard. I have Gup. Gup! Thank you for understanding that my stems are very important to building character. 2 Twitch windows. That's a good idea. Watch both at the same time. I was trying to think what else might be a funny little like chat thing besides Gup. What would be a good little Easter egg we can put in chat? I have no idea. Also, like maybe sound effects for like the audio board. I was thinking if what is it? Oh, I left my brain. Yeah, I was trying to think if any of like my voice lines would make for like a good audio clip. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure which of my vocal stems has been your guys' favorite. I mean, I have a couple here in my server.
I want to make out.
Oh my god. I got that one. The squeaker.
They're chonky.
I like the chonky one. I have a couple of fun little vocal stems that I've said. I'm not losing any output on the writing. Definitely not. On a writing project. Oh god. Draco! How are you? Do you manage to log in on one? Yep. Watch it and rat the gitch. I wish I could spell. My fingers are fat. Or I'm just a little bit silly. Get my controller ready. Squeak. What if I give you got pets? Pretty rough. I rescheduled my therapy on Friday. The last 4 days have been rough. Aw, I'm sorry. Well, feel free to hang out here with me and maybe I can get your mind off of things for a little bit. And if you want to hang out, you're more than welcome. If you want to like chat or whatever. Eli Soon. Hi. Hi. Hello. Okay, I think I'm about ready to get play my video game. I don't know about you guys. I'm going PNG mode because my computer doesn't like big 3D games. At work, tomorrow I have work from home. Gotcha. I'll give you pets and squishes, okay? You'll be okay. Hopefully I'm facing the right way. I have no idea. Oh no! I'm gonna get rid of this. And this. Oh no. I'm backwards. Yeah, see, I have a lot of stuff I need to fix. I'll get to doing that later. I'm also facing the wrong way. Hold up. Flip. The flippy moth. Cute. I need a taller chair. No, I don't. Weep. Weep, weep, weep. There we go. Oh, my controller isn't on. Ugh. Carpet squeaking from raising the chair. Oh! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Not that. I don't even think my chair is up that high. You want to make sure your beans are directly on the floor. Oh, we're already at 44%, huh? Damn. I do want to try and complete 100% this game. It feels like a good enough challenging game for that. Gotta remember how to play, that's for sure. It's been a couple weeks. Wow, this game looks so good. Oh. Let's see. But over here, that still hasn't been explored. Little spots here. Pins, collectibles. I love my collectibles. No. I'll be honestly, the first time I played this game, I had no idea the DualSense had like a feature where it increased the like pressure for the controllers or the triggers. Like they get a little tougher to press down. I had no idea that was even a feature in my controller, I'll be real. Really cool though. We need to wait for cat to be pet. Okay. You should pet your cat and cat your pet, you know? Petting cat. Cats is pettings. Look pretty good on her. I like seeing her face. That looks pretty cool. You're not the cat. Can I pet Rivet too? Probably. It looks very pettable. I would assume she wouldn't want you to touch her tail or her ears. She's a tough girl. She doesn't want you to know that you're like that she's cute or that she likes it. Pin. I want the pin. Over there. I'll explore a little bit. I also enjoy Rivet's face. Me too! So cute. Oh. Yeah, this like fluctuates all the time. It's very cool. Veritanium over there. Yeah, like I press my I press the trigger in a little bit, but then there's like a pressure where I have to like click it in. It's really cool. It's just weird. I'm not used to it. That's the whole point of the DualSense, pretty sure. And I just like upped it, you know? She's gupping it right now. God, how do I... There we go. Oh, I love the orbs. They're so... They seem so... They look so chewy, don't they? My weapon, right? Oh, the DualSense. Not DualShock 5. Yeah! It's so weird. I don't know how to feel about it. Oh, goodness. Don't fall. I really don't need to go back here, but I wanna do it. Shut up. I also enjoy playing with controller. It really depends on the game. I mentioned it yesterday when I was playing Celeste. Like, you would think with a precision platformer game like Celeste, I would prefer a controller, but that's not true. I think the keyboard's more tactile and, like, responds better than a controller does. At least for, like, a 2D platformer game. 3D games, definitely. Controllers are much better for 3D games. Over here, maybe.
Any guesses on who that person was in my dimension? The stranger?
I encountered no one like that in my dimensions, Blizzard.
Ow. I wanted to punch him. I am going to punch you! Hey!
So shiny.
If you need more binary input, keyboard is better, but for fluid movement, you need a controller. Yeah, I guess it is weird. I do, like, I play Pizza Tower with a controller, but I play Celeste with a mouse and keyboard. Maybe I'm just weird. Perhaps maybe I'm just a bit of a weird creature. That's okay. Game looks really nice. Isn't it weird that they're already planning for a PlayStation 6, right? When this game still feels very new. or the PlayStation 5 still feels like it just released. They're really cool about that, right? Hi, Amu. Hi. Hi, baby. I'm petting you. I need to swap. 5 is already shovelware. No. Why? I want to shove it aside. I guess. I don't know. I don't think this is where I want to be right now. Don't I have a sprint? There we go. Perfect. I don't know actually. Wait. I remember seeing like trailers of this game and thought it looked super good. Am I going backwards? Going backwards. Oh, she's so silly. Yeah. Gup. Alright, well. Maybe I am a little lost. Am I a creature? What am I doing in here? And 5 still has the option of using discs. Well, didn't they just make the PS5 Plus where it's only digital? It's crazy. It's just kind of becoming that era where people don't need physical games anymore. Yeah, I'm supposed to have that, aren't I? Yeah, get back here. Guess I gotta wait for it. Where we're heading, we don't need physical media. Even with physical media, it's just a game key. At least with Nintendo. I don't know about Xbox and because they still use discs. I wonder how does a CD or a disc like put all that info on there? It's almost like the disc could be the license unlock key or something. Yeah, I wish I had all my physical games, but one thing or another, I've somehow lost or misplaced them or whatever. It's like I've had a good amount of physical games in my years as a gamer, but it's just so with how my living situations and stuff has been, I haven't been able to like keep track of them. Like I had a bunch of physical game cases, but we had to throw them out because it was like, I don't know, we didn't really have the space for it, or we didn't really need them. So, as much as I would have liked to be a collector, I just physically can't do that. Yeah. For those that don't know, I never owned a Ratchet and Clank game.
I don't know what you did, but thank you for getting Chef Tulio inspired.
Yeah, I never owned any Ratchet and Clank games, but my friend, when I used to hang out with a friend all the time when I was a kid, and he had Ratchet Deadlocked, which was the only one I've played, and I actually played it on stream not too long ago for I guess a retro week, and it was fun. I actually have been playing it a little bit in my free time, maybe not in like a couple of weeks, but I remember I pulled it up for like a day or two. Ow. Shut up. This again says if the servers, the host, the download, or the game get shut down. Yeah, there's lots of reasons. Like, I don't know. A lot of games are like you're kind of forced to play online anymore. And it's like if you don't have internet or like I don't know, there's a bunch of reasons. It's really silly. Because games like aren't even on the cartridges anymore, I don't think. Playing them off servers or like a cloud or whatever. Like, what happens then? I don't know. Guess I'll die. Those games are now lost because they're only available on a single generation of consoles and physical media. Easier to preserve digital over physical. Yeah. Where is it? Here you are. Anything out here? This is a little arena I've been to. I don't think there's a an overall. Oh wait, there is. Hold on. Yeah, there's one more gold thing around here somewhere. Rendering modes. Music pack. Oh, jukebox. Leo. I love unlocks. You don't own your games. I was like, okay with digital games until that hit. Yeah. It's like digital games should also be considered owning. As long as you have like your account and like it's like it's just in your account. You should just be able to pick it up. Even it's cool with digital games. Like if you lose your cartridge, I always thought it'd be cool. Like if you got a physical game, it would also come with the digital game. Because like if you lost the physical one, you'd have a backup. And like controls. There we go. Too many controls. Really back there. Hasn't caught up with the digital age. That's true. They're not very smart. I've gotten to that point where, like, being a computer creature, I enjoy my digital games. But if it's for, like, a game I really, really like Kirby Air Riders, I would love to have a physical copy just to, like, collect all of my Kirby games. And be a weirdo about it. But with most games, I don't really care. If it's a game I care about, maybe I'd want a physical. But if it's just, like, something I'd play for a little while and having that ease of access and having it on hand already for the digital, sure. I mean, that's awesome. Games is that they can just legally revoke your access unless you pay them again. Yeah, it's so annoying. How fancy is with gems in their fluff. Yay, you like it? It's actually just jewelry. Just a little bit of fluff accessorizing. You know how it is. Thank you. Not me opening up my mini-map every 5 seconds. How do I get over there? Remember. The little spots. I think. Yeah, look at that.
I'm sorry you and Ratchet were separated.
Oh, well, I should have foreseen something going wrong. The Dimensionator was too powerful to show off in public.
No, why don't you double jump? Thank you. Gup. Why? Wait. Am I? What? I'm like a bajillion miles away! What was that? You guys see how far I am, right? Why is falling in a pit that bad? Oh my god. That's smelly. Like giga smelly. Oh boy. What the frick? I just want it because I think it means fully automated and free to set up and maintain. Go to our backyard and pick money off our tree. It's our tree. You can't have it. We bought this tree. You can't just take it. No. It's like food. You can't just return food once you've eaten it. What the hell? I already eaten your food. You can't just take it back. That'd be gross. Oh yeah, I see that suit part over there, huh? So many buttons in this game. That was very rude and unforgiving. Yeah, I don't want to hold it. Because once you start gliding, you can't double jump.
Yes.
Would you let a robot scan your body for free? Excellent. We could go over there. Maybe. Looking for another gold thing and a suit piece. The century's out of date, Carper. Well, in general, totally unfit for— Yeah! Yup. It is what it is, I guess. I thought it was a grind rail. Meow meow. Get up there. Not again. Not again. I know I'm a little silly, but come on. There we go. Oh. I don't remember where all that stuff is over there. It's probably in the other dimension if I had to guess. Trying to cook Ribbit, please. She's hot enough as it is. That's true. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Alright, there's a spot over there. Spot over to the left, I think. Oh, yeah, what's that? Wait. Oh, now I can just go over there. Hold up. Come on, hit it. What's this for? Turn on? Why are you locked? Up? Yeah. Yep. That's strange. Phew. Oh, I can't get that. No, I thought it would be smart. I thought I'd try. Uh-oh. Oh boy. I made a grand mistake. Oh, dude, I'm so good. Hell yeah. Oh, I thought I got myself trapped there for a second. Would do something with that, like wireless thing? I don't know. That'll be something I gotta turn on, right? Dilly all of the time, every time. Do donuts and cake. Oh, I'd love some donuts. Donuts are like my favorite treat ever. My favoriteest treat. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. That's very strange. Alright, well. Looks very ramp shaped. Scary game. What kind of scary game? Thinking. Quite a lot of range with my jet boot. Gotten there. I want to get there. All the quick shifting between environments impressed me when I saw the trailers to this game. I thought it was really cool. Like over here, I think. Oh, yeah, let's check that out, maybe. Yeah, I can go far with that. Maybe? No! She's already so hot. Leave her alone. Right. Okay, let's see if looks like I missed a little bit in here. Oh, they're so yummy. Big orbs of glue. wanna... Yeah, I see stuff up there. I like stuff. Here we go. Where? A bit of a dead end, kinda. I'm not sure. Obviously there's something over there. He's exploring, let her cook. Let her explore. I think it could be death if I went over there. I ain't in it for that, baby. Weird, it looks like there's space, but then there isn't. Makes it full fast. Oh yeah? What? Well, tried. Damn. Well, now what? I probably should just continue on with my life. And then try again later. How did I get all the way over there? That's crazy. That's crazy! Ugh. Anti-gravity smashing. Smashing you in 0G. Oh. I am in a corner. Oh no! Okay. Doggy. Oh my god, careful. Yeah, I'm like going backwards right now. I'm working it backwards, baby. Oh. God damn it, I keep doing this to myself. Ah. I wanna go home. I don't think I can just warp. Ugh. I should just come back here another time. God damn it. Again, I'm going backwards. She's trapped. Trapped forever. No, I think I just went a really weird, silly way. I'm going in circles here. Hunting for stuff is tricky. Not for the light of heart. Nice, there we go. That's it. I'm out of here. I did my best, but it do not matter. Oh, I wish they had a noise to them. I want to hear like the bloop, 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 bloop. ADHD and patience. Doing all the little things to keep yourself entertained while you wait. I think there's a teleport pad around here. Yeah. See ya! Where do we want to go next? Oh, good. Update.
You hear that? That's the sound of me destroying lies. Dirty, filthy lies.
Where's the other guy?
This dimension is unstable. We're being sucked into a formless void.
That would never happen.
Think otherwise? I order you to throw your eyes into the local incinerator because they are clearly malfunctioning. More importantly, the Lombax Vandals have not escaped. How could they if... Ah! I haven't even caught them yet, huh? You morons! Here. You want some truth? My Lombax bounty is now 27 squadrillion Parabox.
That's so many!
Just look at it all. So big, so real, so totally not made up.
Well, at least you hired somebody to draw all the cash individually.
So stupid Lombaxes!
It seems Dr. Nefarious will stop at nothing to catch us.
We better keep moving.
I think there was something back here we needed to do.
You, Trudy.
Let's do it. Ratchet and Clank, my favorite anime. Yay! Now that's worth 45 cents. Truly, in this economy. They love Sargasso. I actually have to use the bathroom real quick, unfortunately. Wait till we land. In Monopoly money. You know, that's probably what he's using. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't go away. Come here. Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. Ow! Hi! Yay! The baby was saved. It all worked out. Yeah, so that's where that went. Okay. Do I get any rewards for fleas yet? I should go check on them. Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Put it back into the card.
I forget I had that.
What the fuck? Robin!
Mwah.
Mwah.
Wow. I legit forgot I had that as a feature. I thought that was just on my Riley model. I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, your Riley model is also really nice. Yeah.
Mwah.
It looks really cute. I love that. Oh.
Thank you. Damn. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. Do it first.
Hey Chris, what'd you do? Ride the couch all the way here? Great timing! The game's about to start.
I didn't. I was just curious, man. I don't know. Yay! What? Wait. Wait, did we do?
TV time.
Oh, I didn't realize it.
To the world of TV
What?
time. Don't get
What?
blown away, kids. Now begin our state of the
Wait,
art
wait,
adventure.
wait. I don't want to do this. I didn't think I'd skip this far. I thought it was just being silly.
You slept through the whole fucking thing.
What the fuck? Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake. No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him. Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away.
Up.
I'm a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys. That was terrible. Keep an eye out. Oh my god, this is it's a- Ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me. Meow. Hi. I'm back. How are you guys? Well, there's still a lot here I haven't done. A couple of spots that I wasn't able to get to. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Creature.
What's the matter with Trudy?
Oh, hey there, Ribbit. Oh, she's just hungry for Zerpstones. Normally she nabs them from those rock islands up there, but I guess she's too tired to fly today.
Aw, up late partying again?
Aw,
Don't worry,
baby.
I'll grab him.
Oh, you're a peach. We'll be waiting right here when you get back. Oh, wowzers! Thank you, Ribbit. Now
What?
bring me more Zerpstones, and those ranger boots are all yours.
What? I just like walked a foot and then back. What's up, Mouse Kitty? Been a while. Hi, Coffee.
A Zerpstone! This is just what Trudy needs.
Oh, I see. Oh, look at that. Meow.
You did it, Ribbit. That should be more than enough Zerpstones to get Trudy here.
At least they're yummy.
Open again.
Meow.
Genitalium factory so's we can thank you in person. Ribbit will be back with those big juicy
I gotcha.
Trudy,
Hi.
look! Ribbit brought
Ellie,
us
hi.
some stones.
Pet, 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 pet.
You
The
know,
Robin car.
If you ever wanted to grab some more, I'd consider trading those ranger boots behind me for them. I'll mark your map with all the Zerpstones in the area, just in case you're interested.
It's just like the
I
Lorbs.
bet this Speedle would prove quite useful.
Yay! Oh my god, there's so many. Why? Why? Alright, let's do it. Let's make it quick. See ya! Oh, brother. People got me all busy and shit. Yeah, I hate when that happens. I forgot how to get off the ride. There we go. Come on up here. God. Here we go backtracking again. Hugging you! Lance a grapple. The collectathon begins once more. Oh, don't do that. I'm over there. Okay. Me too. I really like the game. Like, I want to play the older Ratchet and Clank games, but I'm sure they'll feel rather dated. So it's really nice playing a more modern experience.
That Seeker-Pea battle was something else, huh?
Thank you for going to such trouble on my behalf.
Ah, there was nothing.
That was nothing. We love doing it. Ow.
Hey, Ribbit. Do you like
These cutest
ranger
kitty
boots?
noises.
'Cause you just
Yeah.
earned yourself a pair. Bring those herb stones
Oh, I
over
love
here,
my
like I said.
boots.
Will do. Hey, Mort, this whole Zerpstone delivery remind you of anything?
Oh, you mean the first time we met?
Making deliveries for the Gelatonium factory so I could save up for my own place.
A single girl living her own...
Come a long
working
way since
overtime.
then, Ribbit, and I've never stopped feeling lucky that we met that day. I'll see you soon.
How long have you known Mort?
Since I was a kid. They're, you know, a little odd, but they're one of the good ones.
One of the many more. It's all just a hive mind. Little did you know. Yeah, it's around here. Both gameplay and tone. What? Closer to the future games on PS3. Yeah, I haven't played any of the other Ratchet and Clank games besides Ratchet Deadlock. Game is something else. I would like to. I've thought about it.
How's it floating, Maynard?
You feeling better? Hot dog! Look at all those herb stones. These ranger boots are all yours.
Ah.
Now, Trudy here's got a big appetite. So, if you find the rest of the Zerb stones, I'll give you this Rhino spy bot too.
Can't we just have it?
What's that you say there, Trudy? You want to help Ribbit find them? Well, you heard her. Just hop on the back when
Yeah.
you're ready to go after them.
Woo! With Trudy's help, I'll be able to Alright, girl. Let's go!
Bye. We invert controls. Oh boy, here we go. Yay! I can finally get to spots I wasn't able to before. Turn. Turn. Go over there. Can I just like dismount? Or do I have to land? Oh, I have to land. Okay. Cool. Alright. I still don't know how to get up there. Land up there.
Let's fly!
Yeah, I've definitely thought about playing. Like, I could maybe stream the first games if you guys want me to. I'm just not sure yet. I've thought about it. There's something nice. It's always hard to think about something new that I haven't already said. I'll get that one. There's a lot of spots here, huh?
Atta girl, Trudy.
Maybe something new to talk about, I guess. Yeah. Ow. Get up there? What do you mean all the way up there? Can I just like swap by it or something? How do I... Way up there, huh? This is like getting the art made for streams. Yeah, I'm really happy with the theme I've kind of set for myself for my streams. The whole alchemy thing. I have like a setting to play with and like kind of feel like I'm at home.
Let's find those Zerp stones.
I got the Sashiko potions Atelier. And I just... Grab it! How am I supposed to get up there otherwise? What the hell? What's the alchemist lab? Hey! Can't grab it. I don't know how I'd break it apart. Do you guys think of me as more of an alchemist or a witch? I do like the idea of a cotton candy witch. The cotton candy cat girl. How do I get up there? Meow. More of an alarmist. Hell yeah. I guess he woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Do I need a parkour up there? That'd be stupid. Gup. Ow. I don't get it. Fuck. Not very clear what to do in this game, is it? If I could just like jump off my ride, maybe. You want a tip for that? Yes, please. Because I can't attack while I'm like riding this. Unless there's a grapple point somewhere, maybe. Might be a little confused. And I did misspell alchemist. Okay, I'll definitely do that. Yeah, I kind of figured it might be something like that. I wasn't sure though. Over there. Oh, yeah, they're still up there. God dang it. Okay. As long as I know I gotta come back later, I'll do that. I really want that fruit. I want that bug. And get him! Yeah! Ta-da! What sound did I make? What did I do? Excellent. We should maybe go over there. Hi, let's go. Yeah, over there. I've been able to go in there, have I? Cool. We'll get there, maybe. Possibly. Over there. I pitch dipping. I do make a lot of silly creature noises. Saw that already. That. Oh, it's a ship. Yep. Flying a big raptor creature.
You want us to grab it?
What? You think I'm interested in locally sourced fruit?
The thing is, it looks pretty tasty, and the guys haven't eaten in like forever.
Imbeciles! You can eat when you find the Lombax!
Dude, if we know the Lombax is on this planet, that basically means we found them, right? Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Thinking, dude?
They're really smart. They're doing their best, alright?
Dude, I'm trying to
What are you idiots even doing up here?
See ya. What?
Then come and get it.
Wood repulsor. Nope. Are you riding me? Not yet. I mean, I can if you want. I'm free. Haha. You're right. You're.
Hey, Trudy, ready to fly?
He loves to fly. I like to fly. But I get a little afraid of heights, so I don't try to fly too high off the ground. And I can only fly when I'm small. Otherwise, my wings are too big. They're very heavy, and I can't flap them very fast. Kill them before answering. What are you even doing up here, man? Oh, it's up there again. Oh no! Meep, 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 meep. I didn't really need to go that far. A thickening potion, too many to be able to fly. I mean, you're not wrong.
Action recommended.
Whoa! Hey there, big fella.
Ah. Ah. And laser. Kill 5 Grunthors. Hell yeah. I may be a little kitty, but I have a lot of bite. Oh, you gotta head out. Okay. You better be back soon or you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Arr, you're gonna be grounded. Yeah. Where? See how much bite Robin has. I mean, you've seen my teeth, right? I have pretty bitey teeth. There's some inside. Looks like there's some inside, yeah. What was that? Ah, I can kind of lock onto it, but not really. Ah, bitey. Ah! It's connecting into Trudy too, I think. I've been in here already. There? Seems like there's one in there. Maybe.
Home, sweet home.
I am sorry that it sustained so much damage during my abduction.
It's not so bad. Now I have a view.
Industrial view. Heck is that? Oh, of course it's on the roof.
Hey, Ribbit! I forgot to tell you earlier. Trudy's strong enough to breathe fire now. All those Zerpstones made her belly as hot as Mort's party mix.
Ah.
Now let her loose.
Sweet! Now we can finally get the rest of the Zerpstones.
She's so hungry. Pew 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 pew! Hell yeah! There we go. Makes things much easier. Pew pew pew! It almost sounds like she's saying pew pew pew! Is it? Yeah. Oh, this is great. Now we win in style. Meow, meow. Oh look, a perfectly placed golden screw.
This was quite well hidden.
Pew, pew. Oh, this is great. Oh yeah. Crash into a tree and blow up. Pew. And you can just snipe them from up here too. Phew. Killing them. Oh, I'll just do a hit and run. Yeah, what's over here? There might be one more. Out. Dragons are fun. Yeah, they're cool. Just being in the furry fandom, dragons don't really mean the same as they once did. They're very silly creatures. What's the last piece? Oh, it's over there. Got it. I got it, I got it. And yeah.
Holy moly, Ribbit! That's all the surf stones. Guess I better get that spy bot ready for you.
Gelatonium Factory, here I come.
By the by, have you noticed anything different about Trudy yet?
Besides her being even more radiant than usual.
That's true.
Expecting.
What?
Trudy! Congratulations! I can't even! Okay, I am throwing you the biggest baby shower this planet has ever seen.
What the fuck? What a weird story we've made for ourselves here. Wow. Congratulations.
I tell ya, it just warms old Mort's heart to see Trudy up and... Oh, my Mort! Look at all that surf! You are
I'm surfing.
So cool! How long will it take Trudy to eat everything?
Oh, 5 days, 6 tops. But old Mort will worry about next week.
That's next week's problem.
How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? What do I unlock exactly? Oh. Hell yeah. Melee damage. I don't really need melee damage. Ranger boots. What about the collectibles? I got a new thing, right? Photo mode pack. Oh, I don't care. Cool. The left trigger to break? What do you mean? Oh. It's still giving me the instructions for for Trudy, I think. Get out of here.
Nefarious City. It has been 10 years since Corset 5.
Oh. Sorry, I just wanted to...
About time to do another sweep for Speedle nests inside the factory. Little scamps get everywhere.
Hit confirm volume. Nice. Okay, I want to listen to these because I haven't really done that.
Sargasso, the land that time forgot. Or rather, the land the Emperor...
Oh, it's just history, I think.
...forget fast enough. Full of acidic swamps, primordial beasts...
I'm good.
Lots of bugs. The Emperor quickly decided...
I'll listen to it later. I'm not like super duper interested. It's just extra lore. I want to focus on the main story, if anything. That's all the collectibles. Hell yeah. I'm not a cat. Well, she's not a cat. I am a cat.
The fixer better be ready to
Legendary
get some phase
fixer.
quartz. Let's
Better
do
be.
this.
Alright, we're gonna be swapping back to Ratchet here now. Why is this still on the screen? Fuck. That's awesome. real-time cutscenes be like, hold L2 to break.
At least this mission will be a straightforward one.
I don't know about your
Oh.
dimension, but out here, things never go according to plan. Improvisation is a skill you learn very fast.
I also have a talent for improvisation.
Do you?
I can't wait to see you in action.
I must have misread it.
Let's get some phase courts
I'm
repaired.
I'm going to restart
Fixer is
this
as good as the
real
Lord say.
quick. Get this off my screen. 50% for gaming.
Let's get some phase courts repaired. I hope the fixer is as good as the Morts say he is.
Yes,
All right.
I hope so too.
Bug? I squished it. Hey! Bop, bop. Back up 6 feet. Ah. I like the comedy and the writing of this game. A bug! I got it.
The bridge seems to be out of commission.
Bet it was a raid. Places like this usually have to fend for themselves. Maybe one of the Bullards in town knows where to find it. They're very, knowledgeable about the area.
I hope they are more hospitable than the Bullards in my dimension. Yes, yes, well done.
Haha. You're just jealous you can't do that. Aura.
Pardon me. Does anyone here know where we can find the fixer?
Guess they're being cautious.
Bug. Honey. Mostly junk. Okay, I like junk too. Stuff, possibly things. You got anything for me? Yeah.
The Glove of Doom is
Ooh.
now available. Need I say
You're a fixer.
Koga, hello.
I be.
Fixing things, I suspect.
Buzzblades.
Blades are now in stock.
Whoa. Glove of Doom. Let me see. If it's feeling generous.
Go ahead, Shug. That is a great deal.
It's this game's a little broken still. It's thinking about it. Closest enemies they see. Doom egg. Let's blades sound cool. Health and ammo.
Be careful
Yup.
where you put those, hun.
Tell me what to do. I like the ricochet. I'll just hold on to this stuff for now. Megatron Collider, however. Yes,
That is one mighty fine enhancement.
I'm gonna reset my game real quick. There wasn't any audio to that. What the hell? I'm gonna restart the game real quick, see if that fixes it at all. I might also do a quick verify game files. Thinking about it. It does not want to stop. Put on some music again. Stop files. Verify. Game, why you no game? That's what I'm asking. That's okay. It's not a big deal, but I would like my game to work. When did this game come out? 2023? 21? I don't remember. How could a game this old still have so many bugs? Kirby Air Riders wouldn't be so bugged. I'm verifying the game files real quick. Let's just chill, sit back, and hang out. Arr. Arr, arr, arr. Can we get some gups in chat? Gup. Yep. Crazy gameplay. I doubt anything is wrong, but I'm doing it anyway to see if it helps it. Yep. I am a gup connoisseur. Okay, we're so back. Oh, my neck. It's so crunchy. How'd she get to be so crunchy? PlayStation. I don't know. Felt that way.
Pardon me. Does anyone here know where we can find the fixer?
Guess they're being cautious.
Fuck.
Oh, thanks for choosing Miss Zirko.
There we go. Oh. Oh, it just spawns little evil clanky creatures to bite your enemies. They're little ankle biters. Oh my god! They are ankle biters! Oh my god!
I suspect.
Buzzblades look pretty good. Ooh. They're like bees. Oh my god, he's crazy!
Level this bad gal up for access to more upgrades.
More upgrades. I love it. Better blaster, oh my god. A lot of max ammo. Fast pitch. I do like the grenade launcher.
You picked that one up already.
Shut up.
You
Boom.
really know how to invest in your bombs.
Yay! Forcer, huh? What's that do? Let's knock enemies back farther. You're like shotgun.
Sorry, no open seals here.
Oh!
New tourists? Oh, welcome to the jewel of our galaxy.
How are you carrying that?
Enjoy yourselves. Did you know Molinoth means paradise in Junkish?
Is the fixer on this planet?
He most definitely is. Great guy, the best, and single, if either of you are interested.
Was that you?
We were told that he can fix phase quartz.
Phase quartz, blaze quartz, anything! But, we've been having trouble with pirates, so we asked him to help because, you know, he's a big guy. But after a few days of totally crushing them, he just, broke.
Perhaps
I love the facial expressions. She's so cute.
Straighten him out in a Molinoth minute. But the path to him was destroyed in the last pirate raid, so you'll need a hurl shot. Oh, and I saw one in the smelting pits further ahead. Lucky you.
Whatever that means. New upgrade, maybe?
So, going to the lump.
Come on!
Man, I saw one in the smelting pits.
Fuck's sake.
Lucky you.
We'll never know.
So, after this, are you and Ratchet going to the Lombax dimension?
It is possible.
I don't know if that's a
Ratchet
thing.
is uncertain. Perhaps he is afraid
Wait, afraid? Why afraid?
it is complicated.
Huh. Well, hey, if he doesn't want to go, I will.
Why not both? Why is it a limited number of participants going to a place that they want to go, huh? Freaking ankle biters. There we go. We got the sound effects again for the bubbles. As all good things should be. Whoa! Leveled up. Yay!
There are the smelting pits across the canyon.
So much bug.
But there is no way to reach it.
Time to improvise.
Squeak! Here we go. I already missed some. That's okay.
Watch out!
Oh, I gotta keep an eye out for those.
Better jump.
We'll tell me what to do. Ooh,
A smelting pit is a curious place for a hurl shot to be.
Mr. Redeem?
Guess
No,
it
I
has
didn't.
Something to do with them all getting recalled recently. Something about fractured spines.
Oh dear.
Smooth. There's a rift.
Bye! Oh, good.
About that, huh?
Very impressive.
She's just showing off.
They keep coming.
Same?
Here comes a jump.
Pinky
Oh,
birds.
dear.
Whoa.
This rail system seems exceedingly dangerous.
Just hang on. It goes straight to the smelting pits.
I am afraid we may end up in a smelting.
No, of course not. Oh,
Ah, now that's a smell.
lucky robots can't smell.
Oh no.
Yay, we get to kick his butt.
Yo-ho, our time has finally come. Let us plunder like mad and go break bad, for the fixer is all but done.
Look here, mateys, this looks useful. In fact, I've a notion that it be crucial.
It seems fate has brought us together again, ma petite rivette.
Oh,
This
good
mate really
stuff.
loves seeing you get your butt kicked, Pierre.
Ah! Yoo-hoo! Pirate mateys, attack!
Yeah, yeah.
Dear. The
Dark
pirates
weaponry
are
to get around them.
scrap.
Be careful.
Got it.
That hurl shot.
Perhaps it would be worth using the high ground here.
Good idea.
Ow.
Shields. Looks like we're gonna have to get creative.
The smell of jumping sting in me nose. What stinky treasure. He'll be. I adore the way you fight, Rivette, but you should have seen the fixer. Such power. For the last evoke.
Did you talk him to death or what?
I would love to take the credit, but no. The cause of the fixer's brokenness is a mystery to me. I will enjoy his absence, however.
That's all of them. Let's get the hurl shot
Keep an eye out for any cool bugs that you see. That was awesome. Yeah, it was pretty fun. Give me that thing. Boop. This is my thing now.
We've got the hurl shot. Now we just have to get across that pirate-filled chasm.
I think we just, I think I know what this is. We're gonna... Oh, never mind. Come on. Come on, man. Okay. Ow. Directly into cactus.
If Molinoth is mostly junk, what are they hoping
Find buried treasure than on a junk planet. The Lombax be scuttling our mates.
Don't need to thank me. Ow!
So tenacious! Je t'adore! Our looting was so boring until you arrived. Merci for lining things up.
Yeah, keep laughing, Pierre.
Get out of here!
How many pirates does Pierre have?
Maybe the fixer will help finish them off.
We're trying to get rid of them.
Then again, we seem to be doing pretty well on our own.
We're just that cool. Where do I go? Yep. Perhaps she's just crazy. No, I'm crazy. They're launchy, bud. Not really. I hear them, but I don't see them. There we go.
Incoming.
Oh.
Penchant for meddling is most annoying with it. Why must you always get in my way?
Did you ever think you're the one getting in my way?
That's a good point.
I am afraid I am the protagonist of this story. Hello, everyone.
Man, whatever you say. Kinda glad I upgraded the grenade launcher now, huh? Or the grenade sling. Look at all this stuff, it's so yummy. Hup. Ow, what? Yeah, there's a lot of action in this game, which makes it pretty fun to watch. I'll think about it. Why are they all like big body little feet sized?
Dance?
No, we are not.
We ain't talking about dancing. Ricochet, level up. Here, have some electricity as a treat.
is what she gets for trying to steal what is ours.
What's yours? Fuck!
Oh.
It be a fool's quest to look for the trickster. I shall save ye the trouble. Shrubbery won't stop me.
It will now.
You're not going to scuttle me.
And yep. There we go. Whew.
Halt my hearties! Our command ship is lost! Destroy it now! Will it be expenses? Are ye sure?
He's not very meow-it. We should have them blow each other up.
Abandoned ship.
Suggestion noted!
Oh. Kind of fun seeing her face plant.
Bolts. Whew. I'd be happy if I never saw a pirate again.
Me too. They're a little bit silly.
Oh, thanks
Oh.
for choosing Miss Zircons.
I want the buzz blades. Ricochet. Yay! Additional bounces. That's additional times with each shot. That's what we like to see.
Looks like you've got some
Topiary.
open sales and the raritanium to match.
Additional sprinkler. Increase maximum by 2. Unlock a couple of bonus. Breezy.
No open sales here.
Lightning rod. Max ammo. Nice. That should be good for now.
We can now use the hurl shot to reach the fixer.
Oh. I deserve all the friends and success I've got for myself. Talented and beautiful individual. That good for you? Oh. Hey there, little buddy. Putting you in my crotch pocket. That's where it looks like it went. Good girl. Thank you. Ooh. Hi. I want your buzz blades. Thank you. Hell yeah. I want to change my remap weapons. Blast pistol. I like that being up top. Blast. Buzz blades. Oh, that's right. You have multiple freaking wheels. I always forget about that, huh? Right, okay. Map weapon wheel. I just gotta remember to use it. He wants me to go over here. Ready? That's a nice launch.
The fixer being a giant robot is not what I expected.
Perhaps when he is not fighting pirates, he is a gentle.
Bees!
Not my experience with big robots, but we'll see.
She is uncertain. Ow. I wonder if there's a new game plus with this game. Not sure. Ow.
Another pocket dimension. What do you think? Might be fun.
I can be persuaded.
Ah, he's into it. Smells like oil and garbage. Oh, we're doing one of these, huh?
One last speedle ride.
Yeah! I also love Rivet. Whoop. Oh my god, we go so far. Ah. Speaking of which, I gotta show you guys something when I get the chance. Ah. Got it. Let me pull it up real quick if I can find it. Image. Because somebody drew me something a little last time I played this game. Load. Sort by. Oh hell yeah! How do I look? Little Rivet Robin.
Yes.
He's so cool! I love Rivet. I look a bit like a Lombax too. Lombax Robin. Shoo! I don't know what weapon that is. I even have a robot arm. I don't know how having a prosthetic arm would feel like. I just think she's neat. I'll put her away. I'll put her back in my pocket.
Yep. Still weird.
Still weird.
But fascinating.
Hey, now on to the fixer.
+1.
Pirate life ain't easy. You're gonna pay for making us scuttle our own ship. Cut 'em down, matey!
Lombax is getting too close to the fixer!
You could attack from a different angle,
Yep,
tethering to those wrists.
I'm aware.
Keep 'em coming, Pierre. I'm just waiting for you to come down and fight me yourself.
God, she's such a badass. But she's also a little bit of a rage baiter.
I stopped listening.
How will I go on without my greatest foe?
Good thing you'll never have to find out.
She's so sassy. I love it.
Sassy backpack then.
Sassy backpack.
Sassy backpack. They're so silly. How?
The Scallywags deploying topiary turrets!
Nice.
Perhaps now Pierre will take the hint.
I doubt it.
Experience, he won't.
He's a little bit too silly for his own good.
The fixer be done for, and so shall he.
Not so wee, Roger. Alright.
Now, no more
I be honored to bless ye myself. Your scraggly neck will fester the air no more. Your tail will be a fine swab for our gags.
Rude, I need that. That's really important for my character. Huh? Yeah.
What if the phase quartz cannot be fixed?
We're in deep trouble. But there's no point in worrying about it now.
I know when it starts my floofy tail like that.
I am both frustrated and excited. Run of the colors. Ignore the others. We must stop them before they reach the picture.
All better. Oh. Nothing else over here. Okay. Wait, what? Or is it just a dead end? I'm not crazy or crazy. What? What's happening? What the? What is this? Quantum physics? What's happening? Mike, what is happening? Things keep shifting. Now see, those two blocks there are shifting in place, right? Am I an idiot? What is happening? I'm very confused. I have no idea.
What if the phase quartz cannot
So
be
confused.
fixed?
We're in deep trouble. But there's no point in worrying about it now.
I'll deal with that later. Woo! You're so cute. Don't let her hear you say that.
How exactly will we fix the fixer?
Guess we have to turn him on first.
Was he turned off because he was broken?
Huh! This must be the fixer's on switch.
Definitely.
Hello? Are you, okay?
Good?
No.
Oh.
Broken, as is everything. Nothing can be fixed.
Oh my.
That was a much bigger explosion on the ship than it was.
Please focus on the grinding.
Oh, I'm focusing on the grinding, alright.
He's bringing the whole place down.
Junk ahead.
Do you think he's just depressed? I can understand that. Oh my god.
What is he, the breaker now?
I see a fellow broken.
You
must accept your brokenness.
Is he talking about me?
Because of your arm? Don't listen to him, Bolts. If you're broken, so am I. And I think we're pretty awesome.
Yeah. Even if you've got a broken arm, you just gotta make it work and be awesome.
I am working on it.
What are you working on back there? Zoom.
Mine's collapsed. Great.
I am not deserving of enlightenment. I have no wisdom.
Wisdom. I may have an idea.
I'm all ears.
You do have pretty big ears. I think you'll be all right. Woo!
I am broken. I cannot fix. I cannot be fixed.
Oh my god.
Don't fall, don't fall.
There's so much going on.
Oh dear.
Ah!
Can everything stop falling apart, please?
This isn't Nathan Drake. You are not that strong.
I am fixed.
What are you doing?
Improvising. I may be different than I was, but you helped me realize I am still Clank.
I am quite relieved. When the Bullards asked me to protect them, it opened my eyes to a great many broken things. So very many.
And you became distressed.
But being able to fix another, to see that all is not lost. How can I ever repay you both?
That seemed like it resolved a little too easily.
Thank you.
You just gave an old giant robot the gift of hope. It should be I who is thanking you.
Meow. Girl pill time. Do it.
Phew. Let's get back to the ship, shall we?
Yes.
Emotional support
I hope
robot
Ratchet had
achievement.
an easier time building a new Dimensionator.
So, are we gonna talk about you rescuing me back there?
I did?
You did. Looks like you're a natural even in my dimension.
I thank you, Rivet.
Ribbit. Ribbit. Any other cool stuff we could do around here? Looks like we got all the collectibles, minus the little crystal blobs.
Actually, don't worry about it. I'll tell him.
Game is very silly. Delicious. I thought I could jump to the other one. That'll show me.
Yes. Oh, I hope Ratchet had an easier time building a new Dimensionator.
So, are we gonna talk about you rescuing me back there?
I did?
You did. Looks like you're a natural even in my dimension.
I thank you, Rivet.
Okay. How are y'all doing so far? You enjoying the stream? Game's great. That. We'll get over there somehow. Ow! They're like bees. Hey! Bad bug. Weaker. God, how am I gonna get back up there? It's just like a bunch of boba balls. They're so yummy. I'm just backpacking real quick. Ah. You like boba? It's okay. I've had it a couple times. But it's usually like a fruit punch instead of like a tea.
A teleporter? Nice. Uh-oh. Guess we can't grind to get back.
Probably broken again. I don't know why this is over here. Like, you can get here, but then you can't get back. Well, I guess I'll... Shine.
Let's get back to the ship, shall we?
Yes. Oh, I hope Ratchet had an easier time building
Guess we
a
can't
new
grind to get back.
Dimensionator.
Get up
So,
there.
are we gonna talk about you rescuing me back there?
I did?
You did. Looks like you're a natural even in my dimension.
I thank you, Rivet.
Ribbit. I'll just leave it there for later. Very difficult to tell where it is. Thank you. Force the Dimensionator.
Anyone can build a new Dimensionator. It's Ratchet.
I'm to swap back over to Ratchet, huh? You know what time that means? Rally time. I gotta adjust.
This is an ocean.
Pretty cool, right? And just think.
Too
once we
big.
forge this
Too much
thing and
water.
save the dimension, you'll have a whole universe
Hey.
to explore.
How are you not afraid of the future? With all of its unknowns.
I do get, well, you asked me on Savali if I wanted to find my family. For a long time, I did. I mean, I really did. But the closer I got to doing that, what if they're not what I expected? What if I'm not what they expected? Anyways, I think we're here.
Oh.
Kadaro Station houses the Emperor's most
All
secret
right.
research, including the only Rubion.
I forgot I was wearing this getup.
So it's our only shot. Good to know.
It'll be fine. I'm wearing right now. Marauder helmet. Increase melee damage. Pirates. Bolts gained. Yeah, that's the one I'm wearing. Wasteland gear. Various enemies. Indigenous creature. I'll just keep it on. I like Ratchet's like more slim lion tail.
No! I have it in my sight. Raise the Emperor and engage the lockdown!
Ah. Alright, let's take him down.
Elevator is descending.
That better not be the only way into the station.
I forget how to do the speed up boots thing. Ow. Lightning rod. Oh, there we go. Like hold R1 and mash L2. Well, then blow up for it. Cap. Yay!
Guess we're not getting in the front door with this lockdown.
Can we look around? There must be another way in.
This way. There you go. Electricity for free. What are we doing here with this thing? Boop.
I knew it! The Blazon must have absorbed the excess energy released by the dimensional chaos. We have shifted into another dimension.
An abandoned dimension from the looks of it.
Yeah, we've been doing that a little bit, huh? Oh, Lippery. Ow.
The elevator's here.
If it helps, Ratchet, I have never met my family either.
I was about to
Unless
say.
you count the Emperor. In which case, you cannot do any worse.
Probably not. But even if the Lombaxes are the best family ever, they could still be disappointed in me.
How? You are a hero,
I've hit a few bad guys, sure, but they invented so many brilliant things.
You sell yourself short.
Maybe, but I have a good life in my
I
dimension,
feel that.
Kit, and I don't want to risk it.
It's a normal thing to think.
Speaking of risk, if Kandaro Station exists in this dimension, do you think the Rubion Forge does too?
Possibly. But with the state of everything here, who knows if it would work?
Maybe our best bet then is to find some more Blizon and head back to the other dimension.
Hmm. Yeah. Hey, look at that. At least it's more of a straight shot.
Ah! Is that an amoeboid?
What? Yoink. Had may your rift decently far apart or something. Aw. Bye, Ellie. Come back soon. Ooh. Bye. Bye.
It was an amoeboid!
Do not let them eat me! Keep fighting, or they will overwhelm us!
Look, I have explosives. Oh my god, there's so much yummy stuff. Ah, so satisfying.
Was that all of them?
Let's go with maybe?
More of them!
That'd be a no.
Yes, amoeboids multiply in all dimensions!
I can hear their stomachs rumbling.
Ew. Ah.
Can you imagine being consumed by those gelatinous flips?
Don't say that. Don't say that.
That is easy for you to say. You are not
Fancy! Sorry. I thought you were someone else, but you're not.
Is he okay?
A little crazy.
I'm Ratchet.
Oh, that is great. Hello, Ratchet. Were you looking for me? That would be great too. Ooh,
Yay!
Can I call you Chet?
No.
And no. I'm looking for some Blizon.
Oh, I know just the place. But I lost my access arm in all of this water. Have to drain it. But how, Ratch? How?
Calm down. I'll handle it.
Yay! I gotcha. What a funny looking
If the room
fella.
is prone to flooding, they would likely keep the pump
Uh-oh.
themselves somewhere high.
Hey, Ratcho. You did not ask for it, but my name is Junkbot. In case you are interested. I know I am.
Pleasure to meet you, Junkbot! This is Kit!
Hello.
I'm just gonna hang out here.
So why do you two need that Blizon?
We're, trying to get into another dimension to use their Rubion Forge!
We have one here. Too bad it has not worked in forever. It could make the funnest squares.
What do you mean?
You did it, Rat-a-tat.
Stop calling me things I don't need. He's a little silly. He kind of reminds me of Wheatley. Blow up. No more sharks.
My favorite arm.
Yay! I also have a favorite arm. The Mothin arm. Where'd he go? Oh, he went outside.
So,
What?
is that access arm like some kind of key?
If my keys were a way to easily and safely press buttons, then yes.
What?
But Blizon, oh, there is an elevator that will take us to one of those delightfully glowy crystals right up ahead.
Oh. Creature. Is this a Metroid? Oh!
What is that?
That is juice. Might
tries to kill
Juice.
me sometimes, but he is a great listener.
Aw.
He tries to kill you? If you become friends too, you can call him Juicy or Juicini or
He loves
or
his nickname.
JC. Oh, that is a swell nickname.
JC. Probably right with that. Perfect.
See? Elevator. Bam! Now let me just press the button with the old access arm.
You're so good at it. Oh, good heavens.
My access arm no longer works. It's just an arm now.
Lovely.
Madness is...
Leave it to us, Junkbot.
I'll stay down here and watch.
It's okay. He's just gonna dork with his arm a little bit.
That's it. The big one. The big one.
Ow, ow. I love blowing stuff up. Perfect. All this stuff everywhere. Whee! Thanks, mate. Let's get out of here.
There we go.
Ratchetti, you might want to get in this elevator soon, or now.
What?
Well done. You totally
Yeah. Now this is a xenomorph.
Aw, I have never seen you so playful before.
That's playful?
Usually he just moseys around the station doing his own thing, but he seems to be actively chasing you.
Yay!
I am jealous. There it is! My favorite Blizon in all of the station. I love the way it's
The whole thing? Like all of the stuff
I
ever?
guess this is goodbye then. Thanks for all your help, Junkbot.
It was my pleasure, rah-rah, kitty.
Kitty! I'm a kitty. Woo. That. Yay! See ya! Oh.
Where did you come from?
Another dimension?
Very funny.
George Bot, he better watch his back tomorrow. The Rubion Forge should be just ahead.
They never expect the other dimension because it sounds too silly and cheesy. It's like, yeah, right, another dimension. Sounds like sci-fi. Sci-fi malarkey.
What are you doing here?
That's actually a funny story.
Was I talking to you? You are talking to me. We are under lockdown. How did you and your steed get in here?
Whoa, hey now.
I am inspecting your facility. And how white it is.
What?
And orange. Because I am an interior decorator.
I see.
First
Yep.
class. And the Emperor wanted this redecoration to be a surprise for you and your team. But now, you ruined it. I would never do that to the
Uh-oh.
Emperor. Please come in and consider my message.
Uh-oh.
Nice save, Decorator Kit. What do we do now?
Conversing with the researchers could help decrease suspicion. Or we can head straight to the Forge's controls and make the Dimensionator.
Looks like the Forge's controls are right up on that platform.
Are we gonna get in trouble? Look at all these funny fellas.
Well, for it to walk. Sure, okay. Shoot lasers of unspeakable power.
Ooh, tricky, but doable.
Making a game?
And be over 100 stories tall.
Sorry about that. My processor just broke.
Yeah. I like all the chill, weird, casual talk in this game. Very silly. Are we going? Going up. I see, we go up. See? We're so fluffy. My pants are so shiny. Like chrome.
Schematics uploaded.
What do we got? Uh-huh. I see.
2 buttons.
Are you winging this?
Come on.
You ran the forge with auxiliary power only? The main power button was right there!
Ah, just running a stress test. Let me see. Yes, everything is breaking correctly.
Uh-oh.
Get out of here before.
Uh-oh. Just gonna blow everything up. No! Oh, at least they're honest.
Why did the forge not work?
I guess it wasn't fully powered, but that other button didn't look right.
You said you were not winging this.
I'm not. I'm intuiting it. Security's everywhere. We gotta get out of here.
What about the Dimensionator?
We'll figure something out.
Maybe we just leave. Didn't have a permit. Ow, it's like I want to use the pistol, but I also want to level up the other weapons. He's so angry. Calm down, man. Hey, you want an edible? I got a couple in my back pocket.
There's nothing in this room. Gotta keep moving.
Yeah. I just go in a circle. Sure did. Wait, where am I going? I'm so excited. Hey, look. Yoink. Go right.
Lisan, that's our way out.
Sorry. I don't know if people actually sound like that when they get electrocuted. Have you guys ever been electrocuted before? Important question.
All right.
I mean, I've been shocked. I don't know about electrocuted. Ow. Bap.
That won't be the last of them. We need to find a way to escape.
What if we use Blazon?
Good call.
That's what we were gonna do.
Sounds pretty good right about now.
I'm out.
What do we do now? That was the only Rubion forge that could make the Dimensionator.
There's still one in this dimension, though. Maybe we can get it working again.
That's true. Let's go in the party dimension. Yeah.
For some reason, all these emergency rafts don't make me feel much safer.
gotta open all those? Is that just my end? I have no idea. Oh, okay. Oh, dude. Oh boy, this is kind of obnoxious, actually. Oh, the aiming is not great either. Ah! That's not good. Ugh, at least it wasn't that long. Excellent!
Guess that's all there is to find here. Except the exit.
Yeah, we don't get much of this here. Yeah, at least it was short, okay. That was kind of annoying. Hi!
What would it take to get your Rubion Forge working again?
Well, there is the power issue, and with the power gone, some kind of nasty virus has infected the system. Nothing will work until it is
Oh, we can take care of that.
I think I have just the friend who can help with that. It's all
Do it.
yours, Glitch.
Glitch is such a cutie.
Time! Wait, this dimension has viruses too?
He's so excited.
This is a nuke pulse upgrade!
Yep!
They're flying now too? So what? They all get deleted the same way. What was the training again? If you delete a virus, you can absorb the power they stole and use it to power the nuke pulse.
Never heard it in my life. Sounds like something you made up. Beep. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe not. There? He's just a little spooter. Don't worry about me. Never stop moving. It's just like a shooter game. It'll be fine. Yep. Woo. Nope. Yep. That way. Ew. It's so icky sticky. The right way? Sure. Just a little bit silly. I'm over here. They're not very good at aiming. I am though.
Too scared of the big bad glitch now? Well, you should be, 'cause I got the... It's a trap!
Ooh. That's a lot. At least they're squishy. Like a bajillion squishy. Oh boy. Oh good heavens. Whoa. Oh yeah, I had a nuki thing. He has a goober energy. Ah. All of my HP just disappeared. I don't know why. No bite. I could be realizing that a little better. Get out of here.
We'll see you again soon, Glitch. If your luck continues to hold.
Mothy?
The virus? Someone has to stop them before they evolve even more. But that's not a problem here. The Rubion Forge has a clean bill of health now, so you can take over, Ratchet. Ah!
Weird. Okay.
I knew you could do it, Glitch. Thank you.
You.
Great work, Ratchu. You are all
Achoo!
clear to power up the forge.
How do we do that?
By finding the power source. Last I saw it was down the stairs and past the pressure door. But FYI, it is a skosh spooky down there.
Just a skosh. Just a little skosh. I haven't heard that word in a while.
That's a lot of door.
Oh. Oh dear.
This must be where they generate the forge's power. But there is nothing here. Is Jumpbot messing with us?
I don't know, but if the power source really is missing, we could grab the one in the other dimension.
The one with an entire station looking for us?
We'll just make it
Until
quick.
we have a better solution. Now, let's find us some Blizon.
We're okay. Those arrows can't tell me what to do, because I can't read. How you guys doing in chat? Having fun? I'm having fun. This game's good.
Is that?
Is that our buddy? Is that our evil friend?
It's him! It's Juice!
Ratchet, you are just making him. We need to distract him. Is there... Oh gosh. Is there anything it is full of Slurpee on jelly? Juice must be hungry. But now is our chance to escape.
Oh. Are you so hungry? Go. Ah!
You know,
Oh!
for some reason, the dimension where the whole station's searching for us keeps looking better and better.
At least they have the lights on there.
Aww.
What's that sound?
Just keep moving. Ratchet, I do not see Blizon anywhere. The only place left to look is through the next blast door. But it seems very locked.
What if we follow those cables?
At least a
above us?
little lock.
Maybe we can power down the locks.
I think you are right. This time.
Error. Biohazard detected.
Huh?
What? Oh yeah.
Wait, not again.
Here we go. Let's just blow them all up.
He's right there!
What? Go, go, go.
Oh, that computer just turned on. Can we take a look?
Lacey, hi. Hi, cutie patootie. Hello.
What are you guys doing? You're hurting it! Stop! Stop this right now! Stop!
That was Junkbot?
And I think he was talking about juice. Let's get out of here!
I need to go that way too. Can you stop munching on my potions, please? I need those.
This locks control.
Or Robin needs those. It's very important.
Get around to upgrading this room.
You're gonna run her out of money. Ooh. Yeah. Go, 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 go. Ah! See ya.
That's our cue.
Almost there.
I will say Robin does make some tasty potions. Normally they taste really icky. Uh-oh. Ugh.
Ratchet, are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Luckily, my O2 filtrator still works. Hadn't tested it in years.
Probably should get that tested a little bit better. Oh, water physics. Including in the bottles. I'll just get you, like, a bunch of bottles to crunch on.
Ratchet, I have been thinking about what you said earlier about the Lombaxes and risking a good life. I had a good life on Savali. It was peaceful, quiet, even joyful. So when you asked to become partners, I did not want to risk things either. But I am glad I did.
Thanks, kid. That means a lot.
Kitty.
But I'm just not sure it's...
It is okay. Now I can be the one who believes in you.
Oh, you. Oh. There we go. Sarah's being a little weird. Oh, they have this quick select. Should be able to edit my quick select, surely, yeah? Really? Man, whatever. Hey. Hello, valued customer. You will be, of course, paying for those potions, yes? You know what payment is, right?
Oh, my favorite color.
There are two types of people in this shop. Customers and spare ingredients. Raw ingredients. If you cannot provide currency for paying for potions, then you will have to be You'll have to pay for the potions yourself. I'm sure you have plenty of spare fur there, don't you? I could use some of that. You are a Glaceon, aren't you? Perhaps I could make some cold resistance potions.
Come on.
I'm out. Living cauldrons is considered a somewhat barbaric practice by many, but needs must.
You two want some new gear?
Ooh, speaking of cold, I could use some of your fur in a weapon.
What are you doing here?
If Zircon Jr. wants to study existential economics at Bogon University, then by goodness, I will make sure we can afford it.
Is it cold in here, or is it just the cold snap? Shoot it at your foes to freeze them into solid, unyielding blocks of ice. Watch as they helplessly slip and slide around, taking more damage and looking ridiculous.
I like that. I want that.
You got the bolt, sugar. Treat yourself.
Hi there, sugar. Drop more bolts. Yo. Meaning you are the cauldron the potions are brewed in. A living body is such a valuable chemistry set. That's true. I'll just have you drink a couple of odds and ends, and a couple of mushrooms, a couple of toxins, and shake you up a little bit. See what happens.
Welcome, sugar. Feel free to browse.
Here, let me map too. I'm not really using the shield very much. Buzzblades. Grinkla. Must be a lot of weapons, huh? Not using the shotgun too much. Not as powerful as I'd like it to be. You. Really. Sprinkler is good to just kind of have out there. Cold snap. Sure. Commit murder? Could probably do that. I don't know how to change my quick gear. Oh, hammer swap pack. What? Swordfish. Keyblade, dude. Goon sword. We can change the model. The goon hammer. The goon sword would be the home run hitter. My melee weapons. Yeah, that looks good. Hit size, give your heroes a big or a tiny one. Yay! Oh, look at that big boy.
There is an increased magnetic field here. The power source must be nearby.
No, wait, I wanted to use the buzzsaw blades. Yeah, there we go.
Decorators did not just disappear. Guard the power source. We will not be surprised again. Should we search for the decorators? And with I have found the decorators. We shall decorate the floor with them.
Nope. No, you won't.
Please accept this following.
There we go. Nice. You want me to do a big stretch? I mean, I guess I could do that. Boom! There you go.
Is Juice?
We should free him. Look
Oh.
what we put him through. No wonder he is so angry.
Do we come in peace, big guy?
We'll let you out of here. Strange power source. I don't know, like, I feel like it reminds me of something. That's like a Metroid Prime enemy, isn't it?
Or an angry hiss?
Oh, he's so dangerous.
He's helping us? He's helping us! Man, that's a relief.
Yay! Accidentally hits him in the back. Oops.
Got incoming, Juice! You can't even understand me?
Not really. They seem a little busy.
Finally bringing in the big guns, huh? Oh, that's a lot of big guns.
Uh-oh. That is a lot of big guns. That's for sure. Why is he so strong? What if I just... Wow. Freezing you. Yeah. Oh.
Hey, Juice.
The strong Giga
You
Raptor.
wouldn't happen to know another way to power up the Rubion Forge, would ya?
Does he want us to follow him?
Strange. He's like an alien.
The breeze on. He wants to come with us.
Any place is better than here, right?
Are we gonna have two of them though?
The Forge, after all. Still with us, Juice?
Come on. The Rubion Forge is upstairs.
Come on, JC. It is me. Good old JB.
Oh. Oh. There's a double dimension. Oh. If it's another dimension, wouldn't it just be like the same? I don't know. What is this supposed to be like? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Schematics uploaded.
Yeah!
Did it work? Woo! Yes, we did it!
Heck
kid.
yeah!
You are a good partner.
Here is to new friends.
Yay!
Looks like we just need to get back to our ship now.
We have 2 friends.
Right back to the surface, no problem. Come back soon, Ratchet and Kittles.
Kittles!
And we'll do. Junkie.
Happy, happy, happy. They're the silliest and the squishiest. Oh, where is it? Gup? Ah, there we go. Heck yeah. I don't know how to get there. Oh, there's still a robot and a golden piece in here. Open up? Open up? Man. Oh, a couple of parts we didn't go through in here. Also, mi madre will be here soon. So I'll do a BRB and get my suitcase for my vacation. What? What? Oh, closed. Guess I'll have to go out the normal way.
Clank! Rivet! We built the Dimensionator!
No way!
Yay!
We?
I knew you could do it. We have obtained the phase quartz as well.
Yeah, meet us at Zerky so we can build this thing.
Oh. How do I meet someone?
What are you talking about? You met me, and that went great.
I fell off the archives in front of you and screamed a lot.
True.
True.
I don't know, just be friendly and open. And don't overthink it.
Don't overthink it. Okay.
Okay. What? Look at that. Oh, I want to get over there. Wait, how do you want me to get back there exactly? Hup. Yeah, dude, I'm so good!
How'd this get here?
Incredible. Yeah. I didn't think I could jump that far. Yay! What is happening? We're trying... I don't know, it's a lot of parallel dimension shenanigans and space stuff. We're just trying to rebuild the thing that broke everything. Because it broke. A lot of things are broken. Keep that open. Okay. That over there too. over there? Not much. I'm gonna leave quite yet. Oh, I guess. Maybe we do. Why is it so slippery? Let me up. Ah. This isn't the surface. Well, that's okay. Oh yeah, look, I have a keyblade. At least that's what it looks like. I thought it'd be good to have his Ratchet be the Keyblade. Or they could just chuck it. I guess it is. It makes sense because Kingdom Hearts is owned by Sony, I believe. Final Fantasy. All that stuff. Good. Really? I didn't need to go through there. This should be open, right? What? Got it. Well, the robot was here before. What the heck? Really? Oh, I don't know how to get in there. Huh. Alright. I gotta keep my phone open. I've already been in here. Ah. Exploration, my beloved. Only when it works good. I can't tell if this is just supposed to be like that, or the game's bugged again. Hard to say. Chapstick. My lips are a little dry. Aww. Huh. I think we have to be in the other dimension here, methinks. Ah! Got home, getting my oven tested. Nice! Let me know how it is. Can I go downstairs from here? No! Yeah, doing good. Get over here. Get over here. pizza. I hope it's good pizza. Yeah, mi madre is dropping off the suitcase here in just a little bit. I gotta be ready for that. We're being Forge. I mean, I could just take a quick BRB here. I do have to go to the bathroom again. And I should wait for that, so don't go anywhere, and I will be right back. Come here.
I want to play tennis. The outs, brother.
Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. I'm gonna squeeze these blue moon butterflies. Aw, I wanted to do that to the frogs. And what's even the point if I can't blend frogs? They're so juicy and slimy. They're like the perfect consistency to turn into jelly. Ah! Ugh. They'll never find me over here. They lost me. Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. Do it first.
Hey, Chris, what'd you do? Ride the couch all the way here? Great timing! The game's about to start.
I didn't... I was just curious, man. I don't know. Yay! What? Wait. Wait, did we do...
TV time.
Oh, I didn't realize it.
To the world of TV time. Don't get
What?
blown away, kids. Now begin our state of the
Wait,
art
wait,
adventure.
wait. I don't want to do this. I didn't think I'd skip this far. I thought it was just being silly.
You slept through the whole fucking thing.
What the fuck? Mwah.
No, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god. No, that was incredible. No. Oh my god. Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake. No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him. Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys. That was terrible. I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay!
Put it back into the card.
I forget I had that.
What the fuck? Robin!
Mwah.
Mwah.
Wow. I legit forgot I had that as a feature. I thought that was just on my Riley model. I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, your Riley model is also really nice. Yeah.
Mwah.
It looks really cute. I love that. Oh.
Thank you. Damn. Oh my god, what are they doing? Leave that baby alone. Oh my god. Get out of here. Go be free. That poor baby was being assaulted. Finally, real weather fans! Such a new sun isn't even the weather! It just sits there and looks hot! And the moon puts me to sleep! But the girls how the wave got it! Oh my god. I kinda like this voice I gave her. Uh,
Do you really think about the moon?
Ah!
You think that? Well, hope you'd like crystals because you're made yourself clear. We're through. I need water.
Budgie's a giant biscuit like him anyway! I'm making her sound like a psych. Ow! Hi! Yay! The baby was saved. It all worked out. Yeah, so that's where that went. Okay. Do I get any rewards for fleas yet? I should go check on them. You want to put this on the floor and then the card over it?
Yeah.
You got it? Yeah. Perfect. Let's get out of here. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No.
Oh!
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a singular HP. Or a singular
I was-
stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Ronald.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec. We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I know everyone has to be here. Well, good thing there'd be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
All right. Wait. Can I? Wait.
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow. Hit it.
I'm actually
I don't
gonna.
have a marshmallow either. Hit it.
Are you serious? Can I actually? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay, there are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat
My
witch.
leg.
I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ! What the heck? You're gonna fire me. At least do it right. Ah! Keep an eye out. Oh my God! This is it's a. Ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
I want to play tennis. The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. I'm gonna squeeze these blue moon butterflies. Aw, I wanted to do that to the frogs. And what's even the point? I can't blend frogs. They're so juicy and slimy. They're like the perfect consistency to turn into jelly. Ah! Ugh. They'll never find me over here. They lost me. Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. Do it first.
Hey Chris, what'd you do? Ride the couch all the way here? Great timing! The game's about to start.
I didn't. I was just curious, man. I don't know. Yay! What? Wait. Wait, did we do?
TV time.
Oh, I didn't realize it.
To the world of
What?
TV time. Don't get
What?
thrown away, kids. Now begin our state-of-the-art adventure.
Wait! I don't want to do this. I didn't think I'd skip this far. I thought it was just being silly.
You slept through the whole fucking thing.
What the fuck? Mwah.
No, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god. No, that was incredible. No. Oh my god. Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake. No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him. Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys. That was terrible. I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay!
Put it back into the card.
Did I forget I had that?
What the fuck? Robin!
Mwah.
Mwah.
Wow. I legit forgot I had that as a feature. I thought that was just on my Riley model. I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, your Riley model is also really nice. Yeah.
Mwah.
It looks really cute. I love that. Oh.
Thank you. Damn. Oh my god, what are they doing? Leave that baby alone. Oh my god. Get out of here. Go be free. That poor baby was being assaulted. Finally, real weather fans! Since the new sun isn't even the weather, it just sits there and looks hot! And the moon puts me to sleep! But the girls how the wave got it! Oh my god. I kinda like this voice I gave her.
Do you really think about the moon? Or you think that? Oh. Well, hope you like crystals because you're made yourself clear. We're through. I need water.
Budgie's a giant biscuit like him anyway! I'm making her sound like a psych. Ow! Hi! Yay! The baby was saved. It all worked out. Yeah, so that's where that went. Okay. Did I get any rewards for fleas yet? I should go check on them. You want to put this on the floor and then the card over it?
Yeah.
You got it? Yeah. Perfect. Let's get out of here. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No.
Oh!
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Robin.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec. We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I know everyone has to be here. Well, it's a good thing there be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
All right. Wait. Can I? Wait.
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow. Hit it.
I'm actually
I don't
gonna.
have a marshmallow either. Hit it.
Are you serious? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay. There are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat witch. I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ! What the heck? You're gonna fire me. At least do it right. Ah! Keep an eye out. Oh my God! It's a. Ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
I want to play tennis. The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. I'm gonna squeeze these blue moon butterflies. Aw, I wanted to do that to the frogs. And what's even the point? I can't blend frogs. They're so juicy and slimy. They're like the perfect consistency to turn into jelly. Ah! Ugh. They'll never find me over here. They lost me. Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. Do it first.
Hey Chris, what'd you do? Ride the couch all the way here? Great timing! The game's about to start.
I didn't. I was just curious, man. I don't know. Yay! What? Wait. Wait, did we do?
time.
Oh, I didn't realize it.
To the world of
What?
TV time. Don't get
What?
thrown away, kids. Now begin our state of the
Wait,
art
wait,
adventure.
wait. I don't want to do this. I didn't think I'd skip this far. I thought it was just being silly.
You slept through the whole fucking thing.
What the fuck? Mwah.
No, please. Why does this keep happening to me? No.
Oh my god. No, that was incredible. No. Oh my god.
Ah, Slugger baby.
Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake. No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him. Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys. That was terrible. I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay!
Put it back into the card.
Did I forget I had that?
What the fuck? Robin!
Mwah.
Mwah.
Wow. I legit forgot I had that as a feature. I thought that was just on my Riley model. I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, your Riley model is also really nice. Yeah.
Mwah.
It looks really cute. I love that. Oh.
Thank you. Damn. Oh my god, what are they doing? Leave that baby alone. Oh my god. Get out of here. Go be free. That poor baby was being assaulted. Finally, real weather fans! Such a new sun isn't even the weather! It just sits there and looks hot! And the I gave her.
Do you really think about the moon? Or think that? Oh. Well, hope you'd like crystals because you're made yourself clear. We're through. I need water.
Budgie's a giant biscuit like him anyway! I'm making her sound like a psych. Oh! Hi! Yay! The baby was saved. It all worked out. Yeah, so that's where that went. Okay. Do I get any rewards for fleas yet? I should go check on them. You want to put this on the floor and then the card over it?
Yeah.
You got it? Yeah. Perfect. Let's get out of here. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No.
Oh!
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Ronald.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec.
Time.
We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I
Or-
know everyone has to be here. Well, good thing there be marshmallows.
I can eat you. Do you want? Come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
All right. Wait. Can I? Wait.
Marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow. Hit it.
I'm actually
I don't
gonna.
have marshmallow either. Hit it.
Are you serious? Can I actually? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay. There are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat. You know what? I'm gonna fucking eat
Bye-bye.
witch. I gotta eat somebody. Give me a marshmallow, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ! What the heck? You're gonna fire me. At least do it right. Ah! Keep an eye out. Oh my God! This is a. It's a. Ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
I want to play tennis. The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. I'm gonna squeeze these blue moon butterflies. Aw, I wanted to do that to the frogs. And what's even the point? I can't blend frogs. They're so juicy and slimy. They're like the perfect consistency to turn into jelly. Ah! Ugh. They'll never find me over here. They lost me. Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. Do it first.
Hey Chris, what'd you do? Ride the couch all the way here? Great timing! The game's about to start.
I didn't. I was just curious, man. I don't know. Yay! Whew. Sorry about the long wait. Ah. I just sat down. Hello. How are you guys doing? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I just got my suitcase from my mom. She was on her way home from work. So it took a few minutes for her to get here. But I got it. I also had a salad while I waited. Hi, Itsumi. Hello. What's up? What's up, baby?
You? Please, just stop decorating.
Alright, let's see. Can't really, like... I don't know. Enjoying things. Me too. Excellent. Oh, I need to go over there. That would be great. Is it? I would like to go in there one day. Guess we'll just have to come back another day or another way even. What are you enjoying? Ah! Squeak. Oh, right. Alright, I guess I could do that too. Food. Food is good. I just had a salad and it was very yummy. I'm a shrimple girl with a shrimple salad. Might be that one over there. Maybe. Flybot. Flybot's in here, right? Where? Up there.
You? Please, just stop decorating.
Got it.
Well, look at that.
What is the kitty doing? Being awesome. Buffalo chicken Sammy. Oh, that sounds great. I don't have a buffalo chicken Sammy, but I have a Samoyed partner, and she's very pretty. Right. Buffalo moth sandwich? No. There we go. How do I get in there? Let me in! Guess I'll go around the long way. It'll let me. Buff chick Sammy. Hell yeah. What were we talking about? I get that. You are braver than I. Boing. Can do a little more exploring, then a little more main story. Don't hit your head. We got a moon jump in the water. Yeah. I'm not coming all this way for nothing. Everything looks like locked and closed and annoying. Ow! No more creatures. No more. Silky, what are you doing? What? Hey! You click at me? I don't know why I added that. I'm actually not a fan of the dog clicker noise. I don't like it. But I thought I'd put it on here just for funsies, I guess. That way. Did it for me. It's okay. You're a good girl. I think you'll be. How do I get in there? Oh. Oh, well, you're such a good girl. Well, I don't know your gender, so I apologize if that's incorrect. What? I stepped in there. I'm jorking Moth right now. Why? That's right. Hi, Athena. Hi, cutie. Pet. How are you? How do I get in there? Ow! Ow! That doesn't make sense. I'm thinking this game is hard. I don't get it. Why? Why? Beep. I didn't do anything. I have. Oh, hold on. Checking my scrimp. I got my little lumbar pillow. How do I get in? Oh, what's that over there? Brother. Can't go in there. I'm just such a goof. Athena. Alright, ready to hop on. Hi! Hi, baby! What are you doing tonight, Athena? And we're back. Can't get in there. Everything's pain. Burgers with the BF for lunch. We're gonna fire for some stuff and walk around. I'm good. I'm getting ready to go on my trip to Seattle on Thursday. I'm heckin' excited. I'm gonna be spending time with Tibby. and a group of my friends. I'm going over there for Friendsgiving. It'll be my first one, so I'm excited. Screw it. Let's just move on. I'll come back later. I'll be here for a while otherwise. I'm gonna do a bit of a longer stream tomorrow while we hang out.
Guess it's time to fix the dimensions.
Yay! I'm ready. Yeah, I was gonna do a bit of a longer stream before I go on vacation. Because besides the trip, I'm also gonna take a bit of time off for myself as
I
well.
wonder what Rivet's up to.
What's the Rivet up to? I'm thinking of a scene that I've seen.
Hi, Ratchet. I'm Rivet. Nice to meet you.
We're finally meeting up.
Nothing. Just thinking about building the Dimensionator and saving the universes.
Are you nervous about meeting Ratchet?
What?
What?
Yeah, a little.
He is friendly, I promise. And once we build the Dimensionator, he will help us find Dr. Nefarious.
Right.
YouTuber so nice. I
Our
know.
adventure's coming to an end, Bolts. You two and Dr. Nefarious will be back in your own dimension in no time.
Hopefully. I'm gonna head over there. Over here. I have no idea. Oh yeah, wait, no. No, I have no idea. You guys ready?
What's it? Hey.
Hey! Yes, hi. I have Clank.
Oh, pal.
I am fine, Ratchet. In fact, I am beginning to like my new look.
For the record, I found him like this.
Come on, I knew you wouldn't hurt Clank. Pretty sure you're me, after all.
Wait, what makes you so sure you're not me?
Well, I mean, come on,
You got nothing.
Hey, inappropriate.
Oh, sorry. Rivet, this is...
Kit, I have been looking forward to meeting you.
Yay.
Me too.
I suppose it is time to fix this mess.
Good job.
Do you want to,
Yay! We're so back. Oh. Eh.
Thank you.
Yep. Uh-oh.
Dr. Nefarious.
Does this dimension love me or what? My problems deliver themselves right to me.
How many times you beat this guy?
Clearly not enough.
Can I try?
My guest.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Oh, we in the arena. I gotcha. Oh, this should be good. Oh. Oi. Oh. There we go. It was a little quiet for me.
Good thing I don't lose in this dimension.
We'll see about that.
Ta! Let's turn up the heat!
Got. That's a great question. It might be on my credits, but if not, I will grab it for you. It's somebody on VGen. Oh yeah, I gotta add that on there. Give me a sec. I will grab that for you. Mind me. FAIER. Or Ring of Fire. I'll put their region in chat if you'd like. Oh.
As they are insufferable. Just fall already and let me enjoy my reign.
Sorry, I'm a little busy.
Got it covered. I'm totally fine.
Whee!
What did you do with the Emperor?
I never met the guy. Because I am.
Ow! Jesus. Oh, come on! I just run into a fucking bomb block. I wanted to see if there was a healing thing nearby. I like seeing the new with the old character. See how they interact.
You or Ratchet or Clank or whoever that is on your back take my newfound glory away from me. How about a change of scenery?
I'm a little busy.
2 against 1 isn't fair, so this one's on my team.
Nice, Grunthor.
Ah! Not really.
Dasso? Yep. This is where I'm from. Funny story. Wait. Maybe I should focus.
Just chatting? Pretend I'm not a threat. I'll kill you.
She's gaming.
Hi, your Emperor. More brilliant and powerful than ever.
That's what they all say. Get out of here. Enjoy your bees.
I'm gonna send you into the heart of a supernova.
Trouble just for a taste of power, huh?
I can't wait to defeat you and Ratchet in front of this audience of my adoring fans.
I can blow you up too.
Enough of this insolence.
Blow up! Blow up! Blow up! Yeah! Ow. Where'd he come from? B-Dog, hello. Oh, yeah, there he is. Boop noses. Thank you.
Wow! What a battle!
Ah.
Are we done having fun? Come on! Give it up for Rivet and her first victory! I wish I could have been here sooner. However, I am thrilled to announce that I've finished neutralizing my enemies. With the exception of Captain Quantum. And... anyway, when I heard that the Rebel Lombax was battling me, I had to...
Come here, the universe celebrate your defeat?
Who was celebrating?
Ah.
You mean them?
No!
Wait! I've been fighting rebels for years. Let me help you wipe them out.
Ah, my, strange fan wants to assist. Tantalizing. Why don't we make this interesting? A home game, perhaps?
Oh.
It's going to Sargasso. I have to get there first.
We're coming with you.
Ratchet, we must find Quantum. He is the last rebel on that list.
Go to Ardolis and find Pierre. He'll take you to him.
Oh boy.
Wait. If we are going to face the Emperor, we should gather as many resources as we can.
You're right. Maybe a good idea to hit the arena before we go.
What are we doing? How much is left in this game? Ow! 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 Huh. The arena. I can do a little bit more about that. Or the poison gas kills you. Fair enough. 5 ways against the Mangler. Hi, Jay. Survive 5 waves. Okay. I don't know what this means. Oh, I think it's going along a track. Ow. Wave 2? What are we doing now? What? That's not fair. He wasn't even on the screen yet. Kill him. Yeah, kill them, not me. I love this stupid little creature. Are we winning? Yeah, you better. You better. Ow. Rip and tear. Ah! Oh my god, I saw it coming a mile away.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, run them over. It's funny. Ow. Yeah! Give me the rest of your gorbs. Yeah! Oh, it's so many. I love the orbs. They seem so chewy and yummy. Absorbing it into my body. Oh, that's pretty good. Ooh. We're gonna do a couple of these, eh? We could finish it off by doing the rest of this arena. Seems like there might be another stream or two of this game. Perhaps. Doing the Warmonger. We're okay. She's so pretty. God, I wish I knew what his name was. The voice actor of Invaded him. He's fucking awesome. I love him. What hell? Ah! No. Wave complete. This limited ammo thing is not my favorite. Gimme. I know Ribbon is as hot. That's true. I mean, then wouldn't you say that I also have a nice ass? Look, here's me as Rivet as proof. I could be a cute Lombax girl. Just saying. Insanely hot ass. Why, thank you. Ah! I can't see. Ah. Bap. Bap. Yeah. That's alright. She's awesome. She's so epic. Shut up. Oh my god, I'm so good. She's so cool. Sorry, I'm busy kicking your butt. Woohoo. Hell yeah! Oh, I got the Warmonger. Nice! Oi! Get out of here! Ah! Ah! Ow. There we go. Right, thank you. That was fun. I like blowing things up. Be pest before the poison kills you. Bugs! I know what to do with this. Oh, that's a lot of bugs, actually. I thought there would be the smaller bugs. Oh boy. Yeah. I got this. I got this. Oh. I would never die from stimky gas. I'd be silly. Yeah. Ow! Got such a bright smile. Freeze 25 frozen amoeboids. I can do that. Shut up!
Did Zircon Jr. see that?
Merely 5 frozen enemies. I got an achievement. That's how you know we're winning. Give me that. Ow. No bite. Oh, oh jeez. That's good enough, I guess. Ugh. Box breaker. Oh, nice. I guess it's like an AoE. Whoa. Huh? Ah, yes. Okay. I have bees. Would you like bees? I think they'd like bees. Oh, good heavens. Ow. The big bug, baby. Woo. No, no. Don't do that. Lightning! Oh my god. She's so awesome. Get out of here. I keep forgetting I have a Giga Laser. I have so many weapons. She's so cool. Pew 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 pew. Ah. Go. You were supposed to shoot it. Oh, they die. There we go. Yeah, Richard Horvitz. That's the name. I'm really bad with names. I just kind of know what people do. Yeah, Invader Zim. That's what I was saying. I enjoy it. More bolts gained. Hell yeah. The armor looks so nice. So cool. Confetti craniums. Oh, sure. Lovely. Get out of here.
Thanks for coming to Xerxes.
Hi.
Of course, the Emperor would come back just because he was on the news. Ugh, not for the dimensions falling apart or...
The Emperor has always been a threat to our universe. We must get the Dimensionator away from him before we have no home left to save.
Yeah.
Make an entrance with the Bombardier.
Ooh.
Guaranteed for an explosive good time.
Oh, please. Someone help. There are so many enemies.
All of the other names on that hit list.
It is not your fault that they were captured. Rain disaster on your enemies with merely a pull of your fire trigger.
What the hell? Oh, it's just like you just chuck up a little drone. Fucking crazy.
Are ready for purchase. Oh,
I did like that
be
warmonger.
a rocket launcher.
A drone that flies a straight line and deploys bombs as it goes. They're pretty cool. I want to blow up though. She's so ready to blow up. Yeah. That's the good stuff. Oh, let me put it somewhere. You like the Giga Laser. I don't know. Blast pistol. So many weapons. If I had all the weapons, it'd be easier to organize. Pistol, rocket launcher, ice grenades, ricochet, the Giga Laser, lightning, grenades. Okay. The buzz blade. Up top. Yeah. Hydrate and scrimp check. Oh my goodness. This is like I like these ones. They're all pretty good. I'm going to upgrade some though. A little behind on that.
Weapons or ammo? I'm betting both.
Old snap. Increase max ammo. Duration. Honestly, the cold snap isn't as cool. I mean, it's okay.
That bad boy.
On collider.
Ooh, now look out.
Enemy projectiles. Hell yeah. Lightning rod. Let's travel farther.
Sorry,
Better
no
blast.
open sales here.
Reinforce this. A shotgun, the ricochet. Warmonger is very funny. Yeah. Max ammo. Arc hits do more damage. More damage. More! More of effect. I've been saving up a lot of these. Ricochet. Her and her shotgun. Farther. Of effect. No. Single or double barrels of plasma.
Come on back for upgrades when you level that up.
Level up. Cold snap. Yep.
Nice mod, huh?
Frozen enemies drop more bolts. That's fun. Oh, the buzz blades. Why have I not upgraded this? Found some additional time. Increase the auto hit cone. Hell yeah. I'm gonna pick up from crates increased by 20. Yeah, I like that. Those blades are good. I like them. Yes!
Level this bad gal up for access to more upgrades.
More sprinkler. I could. I don't know. Enough for fixing it up. Upgrades last longer. Sprinkler lifetime would be good. Sure. Additional damage. Flash radius. Yeah, that's fine.
More power is always a good thing.
Arc. Blast Pistol is like easy. Forcer. Ow. I mean, dropping more bolts is good. Oh, I can quick map them. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. Billy Billy. Yeah. Okay. Huh. Well, that being said, I suppose I'll call it here for today. I like this game. This game's fun. Even if it does seem a little confusing sometimes. There's a little bit of bug. Which is strange, but whatever. Yeah. Sorry, I was about to it's almost 69. I am very good. I hope you all enjoyed today's stream. This is good. This stream, or this game probably has another stream or two in it. Wasn't quite Final Boss. Well, I feel like we're getting close. Yeah, so I'll be back tomorrow for, nothing in particular. I was just gonna hang out and play whatever I really felt like before my vacation. Because tomorrow's gonna be my last stream for quite a while. Just for a little bit. Like a while. I'll be back sometime next month or December. But I need a break. You know how it is. I know a lot about this game. Cool. Yeah, it is fun. I know. I needs it. If you guys haven't, here's my socials, my Discord, and my merch page if you want to get yourself a little treat. What? I hope these don't crash Twitch. That'd be nice. I know it likes to do that when I mess with stuff. Just gonna chill for the rest of the night. I got some ice cream. I'm gonna go get some ice cream. Yeah, I appreciate you all a lot. I'm gonna do a bit of I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I might try and finish that Celeste. That last Celeste map. I got Reese's peanut butter ice cream sandwich because it was pretty yummy. I had another one I was gonna have the other day. You hate it when like you have something you know is in the fridge and then when you go to like get it, it's like, oh, I've been looking forward to this, and then it's not there. Like, fuck, man. Thanks, Dragon J. Ice cream, yay! It's good because I feel like it actually has real peanut butter like in the middle of all the ice cream too. Hell yeah. I mean, if anybody wants to like hang out and play stuff tomorrow on stream too, like I'm open to doing whatever. If anyone in chat wants to play like Repo or like Party Animals, or just hang out in my VC while I play a game or whatever, I'd be down for that. That's freezer burnt. Oh god, freezer burnt so icky. Yeah, just chuck it out if that's the case. Well, thank y'all for being here for me. I really appreciate you all. You see with you again. Do it. Do it. Sure what I'm gonna do the rest of the night. I'll figure it out. Okay. Oh, thank you all so much. Let's find somebody to raid. Pikachu, Wingman, Scaly Tail, Odyssey. Yorielu, Nate. Any recommendations from the chatto? Bailey Miller's power washing it up. Her is playing Peem. Avenel is playing the witness. Ah! How long has her been going for? I feel like she'd probably be ending soon. And I don't know any of these people. Pass Nune playing Silk Song. Don't know how far that. I don't look that far. I gotta play that finish Silk Song. I just got to Act 2. Oh, they look actually. No, they do look a little farther. I'm not gonna read them because I don't want to get spoiled. Purple Grin. Monster Chain. Looks like a roguelike. Da-da-da. I might read Haley Miller just because they're playing a. Oh, it's their birthday. Let's read them. Let's do it. Oh, have I? I'm not. My memory's not very good. But yeah, let's read Kaylee. It's her birthday, and she's playing Power Wash, which is very comfy. Ow. Alrighty, goobers. Thank you all for hanging out today. I really appreciate you coming around. I like Ratchet and Clank. This has been a good time. Alright, well, the shop will be closing here shortly, so if you haven't already, feel free to drop a follow and join my Discord, whatever it is you want to do. And if not, stay bright, Nightlights, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Bye-bye! Thank you! Meow meow!